Good day and good evening, and welcome to Palace of the Dead stream with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Last time, we finished off with floor 110. So we're continuing from there as Machinist. On a different note, the battle for the frames is still on. An hour ago, when I started setting up the stream, I previewed it, and then I wrote like the reminder messages for YouTube and X and stuff, you know, formerly known as Twitter. And in that time frame, there were two things I did that basically caused OBS to just dip in latency, or rather like connection, for a few moments. I don't know what the problem is, but in this past hour, I've been thinking. I've tried restarting the router. I've tried, like, bypassing the router. I've tried restarting my PC. I've tried many things. But the one thing I haven't tried is restarting the modem. So if I can find a way to forcibly induce the frame drops, I have an idea how I might be able to do that, given how suddenly it happened and almost consistently, even though I wasn't actually trying to do that, but I was testing a bit. I might be able to do that, and if I can do that, then I have the capacity to test, see, yep, it's dropping frames, change something, try again. Is it still dropping? And then we might be getting somewhere. And if I can figure it out tonight, excellent, right? But I think I'm going to call my ISP tomorrow if I don't get it to work cleanly. The weird thing is that, like, I have 1,000 upload, like, I have 1,000 both ways fiber, but it feels like my connection starts to drop if I use, like, slightly more than 30, which is not okay. That's not okay. that's not fair. With that said, hopefully no problems on the stream. And hey Liv, hey Rilliard, hey Giraheen, hey Zelly, hey Yannick, hey Menely, hey Ceres, hey Fatman, hey Velas, hey Marcus, hey Bronto, and hey Free Life. Hope you're all doing very well. And yeah, we're going as Machinist, Bronto. We still have that run going for us. Also, Yannick says, fear the toads. Like, 2 hours ago or something, someone left a comment on my recent Mythbuster video related to Palace of the Dead. Maybe Yannick knows. Maybe someone else knows. This person said that there is this interaction called the double toad. What that means is if you are already a toad from stepping in, you know, frog trap, and you somehow find and step in another frog trap, it cancels the effect. Okay, you both say that that's correct. Excellent. See, the thing is, I trusted their word for it. I can only assume that they have seen it happen, because they wouldn't just make that up. But it is nice to have, like, extra data on that. The reason why it came up was exactly because they said it would be cool to have it on video, and I looked at it and thought, that's very hard to get, like, to produce that result, because you have to have a moment of sight, use the moment of sight, and find 2 frog traps on the same floor, and sometimes the floor's really big, and then it might actually be really hard to, like, run into the first trap and then like run across the entire floor to find the second one. So that might be hard to actually do. So yeah, exactly. You have to have a floor where you happen to use sight. Like, you happen to have a sight and use it, and the floor happens to have 2 frog traps, none of which you have triggered yet at that point, and it has to be small enough, or the distance has to be short enough, that you can run from one to the other. Which is a pretty tall ask if you can only make it 2 rooms ahead. And the thing is, even if you found them, and this is something that I've seen more and more, given that I make videos about testing things, is that if it isn't absolutely clear, then some players will not believe it. And by that I mean, let's say you make it to the second frog trap with 1 second on the toad timer. Then there's a reasonable chance that the person goes, nah, actually what happened is that if you're already a toad, then the second toad just fizzles, and then the debuff ran out, and that's actually what happened. Weird stuff like that. It is really funny sometimes to see how people suddenly grasp really far down the hallway to find some reason why they're right. Instructions unclear, toad stuck on 5th floor. Hey Jacques and Tristan, I hope you're doing well. That would have been pretty funny, Sally. I mean, that could sort of cancel each other out, but they don't exactly... It wouldn't work like that. I'm pretty sure that if you had 2 toads that grabbed you at the same time, it would be like the toad that grabbed you second would win. So like basically the first one would cancel the knockback, quote unquote, of the first one, and then knock you towards the second one. It's the same as how you can actually knockback cancel with rescue if you're fast enough. The key being if you're fast enough, because rescue takes so long to resolve that if you actually use rescue to knockback cancel someone, most of the time you clicked rescue before the knockback started. Just for this set, watch out for toads. They're much more dangerous on Machinists, especially if they spawn from luring among other mobs, since they stun you with tongue pull if you're not facing them. Oh, right. Why is that? Oh, it's more dangerous for Machinists because there's a reasonable chance that you're like kiting them and not looking at them aside from when you're actively attacking, which is like a single frame every few seconds. That's a good point. Would it then be optimal to backpedal? Because like producing some distance, it's still better than not. But then you're actively looking at them. Wait. Okay, I have food buffs and stuff. Nice one, FFXIV. What's this? Fortune. That's a decent one to start with. That is good, FFXIV. And I am doing decently well. As I said right at the start of the stream, I'm still trying to hunt down what in the world is going on with my connection, because I'm still sometimes getting frame drops and I'm not sure what the problem is. But I feel like I'm getting closer to the answer, which is a big leap from what it was last week. Ow. Exactly, Steve. I'm guessing you might be a little bit behind on the stream. But yes, exactly. If someone wants to believe something hard enough, they'll basically give their version of the story almost unlimited leash. But your side of the story has to be perfect, otherwise it doesn't count. And that isn't even about anything in particular, it's anything you want to believe. There are still players that believe that it is legitimately dangerous to let me just focus on this guy. Legitimately dangerous to put regen on the tank when they start pulling. It used to be, yes. Like before Shadowbringers. Like, yes, in Shadowbringers, you could still draw a substantial amount of aggro with it, but, you know. Hey, it didn't stun me. I managed to look at it, even though I forgot to. In Shadowbringers, tanks got such a massive enmity boost that the only reason that the healer has aggro as a result of regen is if the tank has not put in any effort to pick up aggro in the first place. And by Endwalker, regen generates an astounding, like, 50, maybe 100 enmity in total. Like, in full, because the regen part doesn't generate any enmity anymore. And then some of you might be sitting there thinking, so how does it generate any enmity? And the reason that it generates enmity is the concept known as buff enmity. It might go under other names, but essentially, applying a buff to someone, producing a buff or debuff somewhere, generates some enmity. Some. And some is the key word here. It generates non-zero enmity. It's big enough that you can see it, but so small that outside of extremely weird circumstances, it doesn't matter. However, I have explained this as almost like a magician pulling like a bunny out of a hat as a trick. Is that you can generate aggro as a tank by repeatedly toggling your tank stance. You will generate enmity on all enemies that you are in combat with because you're applying a buff to yourself. And given how much enmity it generates, I'm like 90% sure that that the enmity generated benefits from the tank stance boost. Which indeed means that if regen does like 50 to 100 enmity, using Defiance and then turning off Defiance and then using Defiance and turning it off, like back and forth, would generate something in the ballpark of 500 to 1,000 enmity. Which again, it ain't much. Admittedly, you're not going to hold aggro against anything with that. If anyone else is doing something. Maybe in a low-level dungeon? Because the thing is, the reason why buff enmity is so insignificant is because it doesn't really scale. Sounds like a Mythbusters in the making. I think I've demonstrated this. I think I've talked about this. Specifically buff enmity I have talked about in Mythbusters, because I've specifically done the myth that heal over time effects still generate a ton of enmity. I've specifically done that one, Jim. Which is how I know, as another example, how I know that someone, if they believe their side of the story hard enough, then it doesn't matter how much evidence you show. Because, indeed, there were people in the comments going, no, they still generate, and I just want you to understand, all of you, that in that Mythbuster video, I both demonstrated it to be true, and I also, additionally, just as a little bonus on the side, included a picture of the patch notes that explained that healing over time doesn't generate enmity anymore. And it still didn't work for some people. It still wasn't enough. But I do think the being able to generate enmity by repeatedly toggling your stance or spamming hand signs as a ninja, yes, that one works too, would be an interesting, like, an interesting, like, weird interactions in Final Fantasy XIV video, which is also something that I've done. Like, weird, unexplained mechanics. Mythbusting the 14 community, maybe? How do you mean, Ridlian? Oh, thank you, Ardell. You found the specific one. That is really nice. That is well done. I have trouble sometimes finding the specific Mythbuster video where I explain the specific thing. That's very, very, very fast, actually. Thank you, Ardell. See, Brontom says, I just had this where a friend was convinced the Halloween horns are the same as the PvP horns, had them side by side and he would not budge. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've heard that the Halloween horns are very similar to horns. Like to some horns in the game, but it might not be the ones from PvP. The difference here is I don't know. I've heard people suggest that. And I think when people were suggesting that some people were specifically very quick to suggest that it was the PvP horns. Oh, well, that is a pretty easy smoking gun answer there, Free Live. that is also the reason why I'm like, I don't think it's the PvP ones, because they're different on your head. It doesn't match any horns? Well, there you go. You know what? Is it a possibility that there is a mod that makes the Chocobo Pass horns look a lot more similar to the Halloween horns? And some players have used that mod for so long that they don't realize that the horns are different because they're using a mod. Is that possible? Because I've had this happen before. I've had people go, in all seriousness, it's really hard to find all the side quests in the game because they don't appear on the map. And some of you know already what I'm talking about when I say that. I'm like, buddy. You wouldn't happen to be using a mod, would ya? The interesting thing there, Marcus, is the reason why they hide the side quests isn't actually, like, they're not hiding them specifically because they don't want to see them. It's because if you go into a zone where all of the side quests are present, it can sometimes be a little hard to navigate your map because all the side quests are just a big blob blocking up the map. So they use the mod so that they can see. And then, like, they just, you know, toggle it and forget that it exists. Fair enough, fellas. And exactly, Jim. Interestingly, like, I usually do all of the side quests relatively early in the expansion. Sometimes I'll even, like, actually pay attention, but I will do them. When I say sometimes I'll pay attention, it's because a lot of the side quests I don't like, a lot of them I might not find super fun, but if I don't even give them a chance, like if I don't even pick them up, then they never will see the light of day. So me at least trying to do them is like a million times better than just leaving them there. If only they knew you can press CTRL to hide every side quest icon from the map. Does Control do that? I know that there is a keybind that makes it possible to click. So like it basically brings the Aetherytes to the front, so that you can click on the Aetherytes and things like that. Which I found very helpful. Now, Control is that button. The funny thing is that I couldn't remember which keybind it is, but if you had told me to do that real quick, I would have done it without even blinking, like when we were out on the map where I could actually do it. Like, you know, like, I know the hand motion to do it, but I don't know what it is. But yeah, like, that alone makes it a lot easier to, like, use your map, even with the side quests on it. But also that, I also like having a clean map. But it is really funny when sometimes, like, it is rare that it happens, but it is really funny to run into someone who complains about something that happens to actually be something that, like, they are the reason why they're suffering. Because they added the mod themselves. Uh-oh. That was really stupid of me. For a second I thought it was the one that was exploding. But it was my wildfire detonating. Are you serious? I feel like this is a repeat from last week, where we had the cursed floor. Where we had a mimic that turned out to be a bomb. And then we had a mimic that was a mimic. Like, double mimic. I think I had an intuition earlier on in this floor. Exactly, Marcus. Hey, nom nom nom. Hope you're doing well. There it is. And hey, Zarian. Hope you're doing well as well. Yeah, having a clean map is nice. But yeah, as I was saying, it's really funny when sometimes people complain about something that is actually caused by a mod. Or alternatively, they go like, oh yeah, it's always been like that. Like, the game has already had, always had this feature that it does so and so. When in reality, it's just that this person has always had this mod. Like, for years. And incidentally, they don't really notice that it isn't there on patch day and things like that. Probably partly because they're so distracted by the other things that are missing. A monster idea. Well, that would be funny. Meeting a mimic. Where, like, when you finally beat it, there's another mimic inside it. That would be funny. I think there's been 3 steals on this floor. Oh, knockback disabled. Like a birthday Miko. Hmm. Yeah, that's a classic Selly. A lot of people have that problem. A lot of people don't remember what the attack is called. They just know that they press, I don't know, shift 1 to do it. It's especially common of a problem on jobs with actions that have really hard to pronounce names. Or like actions that have meaningless names. Like, Samurai has this problem. And Ninja has this problem. And Sage has this problem. And your Red Mage has the problem too in some ways. Agent Monica, hope you're doing well. And exactly, because you only remember, like, maybe the icon, maybe what, like, the weirdest ones are when they don't know what the attack actually does. They just know that they need to do it. That one is awkward. ABB. And also Caroline, I hope you're doing well. But exactly. You, for instance, Samurai's big finishing move for their filler is swing swing, right everyone? Swing swing big crit. That's the attack, right? It's 2 words. Swing swing big crit. There you go. There are like hyphens. Tsubamakashi or something. Well, that's actually what it is called, yes. Well, the big attack itself is Midare Setsugeka. Viper is really bad. Viper is really bad about this. I feel like people would be better at remembering the names of the attacks Viper has if you didn't get, like, most of them immediately. I call it Frosty Crit McFlurry Special. I could see that, especially with Tendo Setsugeka. It straight up just summons like a big ice block in front of you. Whatever holy, yeah. The big problem there, Caroline, is that I'm pretty sure most will call most of the Sage spenders, they will call them either Chol or Cole, and apparently both are wrong. Hey Cat and Ham, hope you're both doing well. That also makes the ice makes an ice circle grow beneath you. That's true. That's true. You know, it's also really cool when you start the cast of Tendo Setsugeka. There's like 3 colored blades next to you, like a little bit like how Xenos has the 3 different colored like katanas for his big thing in Alamigo. Viper has like 4 different attacks named Snake Strike. I don't actually think they have exactly Snake Strike, but that would have been hilarious if they did. Yeah, 3 colored blades. For all tanks, I don't know the name of 1, 2, 3. Really? Yeah, I'm pretty good at memorizing action names, but specifically Viper is brutal. Like you have, you know, Steel and Reaving Fangs, and more for AoE. And then you have Hunters and Swiftskins, Sting. I don't actually remember what the step 2s for AoE are named. Although they're probably Hunters something and Swiftskins something. And then the step 3s, you like for single target, you have like Hind Spain, Flank Spain, are they both Flank Spain and Hind Spain? And then it's the second word that is different, or how is it? And the problem is that the names have never been relevant. Like for Viper, your filler combo, you can straight up just press 2 3 times. You just press 2 3 times, and then for the rest of the fight, you just press the glowy button for your filler. And then you just have to keep track of the green button is flank. Was it the red button is back. Oh yeah, that's Hindsbane's Fang, isn't it? Or something like that. The drill. Oh boy. I think we have a witching. Ah, missed one. Oh, definitely, Yannick. The reason why I just threw it out there is because, oh, look, a witching. But that is good to know. I guess those are blind. Blech. And it says, on Dark Knight I was made to remember attack names because of Behemoth 180 push. Ah. Because you needed to know which attacks you needed to have, like, what you needed to do, or? What type of name is Riot Blade anyway? That is a good question. What does it mean? What is a split shot? What is a heated split shot anyway? I can kinda see Riot Blade, because when you use it, you're holding up your shield, like you're hiding behind like a riot shield, and then stabbing behind it. Like I could kinda see it, but it is still a little random. One instance of good shield use during sword play. Oh yeah. If you actually wanted to see like good swordsmanship in an RPG fantasy game, good luck with that. Like, I'm just saying. Really, and have you seen Sepulture? As the step 3 of the Paladin 1-2-3 combo of Atonement, Supplication, Sepulture. That is at level 76, you get the Atonement combo. It used to be just Atonement, but with Dawn Trail they upgraded it so that it's a 1-2-3 combo with increasingly more potency. Sepulture, the final step, has the Paladin swap the grip so that they reverse grip it. And then slice upwards. Which they could have done without reverse gripping it in the first place. Supplication, which is the step 2, they also turn their back to the opponent for a spinning slash. Meanwhile, Atonement is more comparable to Riot Blade, because you at least keep your shield raised. Slap. 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 Ninjas in shambles with that reverse grip. Well, at least there is some logic to, like, you can perhaps maybe better bring down your full force with like the knife pointing downwards like that, maybe. But with a slash with a sword like that, Hey fam, hope you're doing well. Better for ambushing, but not much else. Well, isn't that what Ninja does? And then they do kick flips in the air. The use of a reverse grip knife is to save your wrist when stabbing. Well, there you go. That is really funny. That is really funny when you put it like that. Ah, yeah, the reverse grip is like to save your wrist while you're stabbing. Like, I'm like imagining, like, it's like, you know, it's like having those like blue light glasses to like protect your eyes when gaming for really long sessions. But the context is a little different. Yeah, you have to hold the knife right, otherwise you're going to hurt your wrist while you stab the person to death. I swear half the deep dungeon runner population haven't seen Manticore jump animation. Because they don't jump? But that is a really funny point. I think I mentioned that last stream. That it is quite funny that Manticore has a jump animation. And I could imagine that the only reason it has one is because it is player controlled. But it's just a habit I've always had of jumping when my character transforms into something, because I want to know if it has a jumping animation. Because in World of Warcraft, write that down on your bingo cards, everyone. It is very common that if you're getting transformed into a thing for like a quest, just that one time, and that thing normally never jumps, then it doesn't have a jump animation. It'll just stand still in the air. Like, it'll just do the standing idle animation while in the air. So, like, I want to know, did they make a jumping animation for this thing that I turn into? Like, it's just like that small extra polish, right? That they bothered. Wouldn't want to get carpal tunnel syndrome from all this stabbing. Yeah, that does make sense, Rillian. It is still really funny to hear that. Oh, no, don't stab like that. You'll hurt your wrist. Do you not reverse grip your mouse? Now that would be a challenge. But like, that kind of logic is also the same reason why I think that Sepulture is a really silly animation. Because you're not stabbing, you're slashing. Oh, whoops. Some of them, Fat Man. That is true. Especially, like, a lot of the time, if it's like a vehicle, they just straight up can't jump. But, you know, like, they get... I'll give them that one. But, it is weird when something that should be able to jump, you're just not allowed to. Reverse grip your mouse and turn on inverted y-axis in the game's mouse settings. I could imagine in some older games where they just decided to reverse the y-axis and didn't give you the option to change, because why would you do that? Because some older games have done that. The winning move, if you can't deal with it, would be to just reverse grip the mouse. Thank you, Neptune. Hope you're doing well. Well, whoops. So is the full name of a Moogle Pomander? What is a Pomander anyway? Oh right, these I have to stand close to. How many attempts is this? A few weeks ago was the technically first attempt in this, like, you could say, series. However, the real first attempt on the Necromancer title I had was like back in Endwalker, when I tried with Summoner. You know, interestingly, Neptune, since it's you, I do believe that Summoner attempt happened during the time when you were doing Baldesian Arsenal. And then I just haven't, whoops, tried since. And last week we wiped on Behemoth on floor 180. And the Summoner run we wiped on the set of floors leading to Behemoth. It's really weird. It seems like the sleep just gets auto-cancelled. I'm guessing it's because it smacks me just as it sleeps me. It's not the brightest marble. You know, Zarian, as Sally says, the Lionheart combo is straight up just... It's from Final Fantasy VIII. It is possible Kingdom Hearts referenced 8, I guess. But I haven't played Kingdom Hearts, so I wouldn't know if it's like a chain reference like that. Scroll is in Kingdom Hearts. Well, there you go. You mean 14 reference something? Oh yeah, I know, right? Shocker. A pomment is a bunch of good-smelling stuff packed into a ball. Oh. What kind of smells does it take to make you take 30% less damage? Citrus, probably. What sort of smell makes you into a succubus? That is also an excellent question. What kind of smells makes you turn into a succubus that can throw fireballs? Bath salts? Alcohol? Hmm. Well, I'm gonna have some of those. Boink. Bleh. 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 Ow. Bleh. It's casting Leaf Storm! Haha! Joke's on you! Now your special attack stat has dropped 2 stages. What? Oh? You fool! It has contrary! Oh no! That's not good. That would be pretty funny if it gained stats when it used Leaf Storm specifically. Contrary is an incredibly interesting ability. It is understandable that Contrary is very rarely distributed, though. Not very many Pokemon has it, and I think most of the time, those that have it, those that have it are, like, kinda Pokemon. That are, like, kinda good because they have Contrary. Do you think the Nintendo Palworld lawsuit affects Beastmaster? That would surprise me. Hey Kato, hope you're doing well. Maori partner. I think I heard that there is a new... Alright, Kraken Mo, enjoy your day. There is a new... like, fourth of the Genie legendaries, you know, like Landorus. I think there's a fourth one that gets Contrary. And yeah, I think Spinda gets Contrary. What move does Spinda have to use it with? Enamorous, yeah. And that's also true for him. I think it's about how big of a percentage of copying it is. And possibly also how successful it is. And also how big of how front and center it is. You know, the fourth force of nature, thirst. I am doing pretty well, Kato. I don't actually know, Ceres. What I know is that when it initially started, their complaint was how you how you summoned the creatures. And then, like, they expanded it to, oh, there's also this, and this, and this, and this, and this. But when I read about it initially, the first thing was a patent on, essentially, the Pokeball. The functionalities of a Pokeball. Which is specific, but vague. You send a creature out of a sphere. My friend just gave me the idea of a Pictomancer weapon that is just a mop. I mean, you could almost do that and no one would notice, aside from it. Like, if the stick was really long, then they might notice. Chocobo, Spinda, Superior, Malamar, Lurantis, and Enamorous are the only ones with Contrary. See, Lurantis, I believe, uses Superpower. Malamar, I'm pretty sure, uses Superpower. Superior uses Leaf Storm. Spinda, I think, learns Superpower, but I believe there's also this thing that Spinda learns Assist, which means that there's this gimmick with V-Create Assist. And Chocobo, I think, learns Shell Smash. The problem with Chocobo is that it doesn't have a reliable recovery move, and its HP stat is Dog Water. So, great, you can double your defense and special defense. No, wait. Do you actually double it? I think you just increase it by 1 stage, and then you drop your attack, special attack, and speed by 2 stages. So it's just garbage cosmic power. And Chocobo doesn't need it. Lurantis can use it, but I've been told it gets better use of Leaf Guard. Well, there you go. I'm glad to hear that, Neptune. Pictomancer with a mop? Ah, yeah. You mean like this? Hey Dice, hope you're doing well. And that's also true, Island Sanctuary also has a throw thingy at mobs to capture them. But none of them is throw sphere at mob to capture in sphere. The closest you get is that you throw a sleep bomb, which is a sphere, at the creature, which then captures it. Picked with Mr. Pandaria. Oh, that's a silver chest. I don't want that. Throw something at mob to capture is not specific enough. Yeah, exactly. And the reason why that came up in the lawsuit is, I believe, that Palworld specifically uses a sphere to capture the creature in a sphere. Which was interesting, mildly interesting, because, you know, there are other, like, Pokemon clones, but what I feel like I've noticed most of them have in common is that they never use a sphere to capture with. Never. They use something else. Like Temtem, for instance, they capture the creatures in cards. And the way it does that is by having the card get thrown over and then it like rotates around the creature that you're capturing a set number of times, and then it's captured, and then it goes in the card. But it is not a sphere. FF5 came first. See, that is also that is actually an interesting thing that I remember came up when people started talking about the lawsuit. Is that if you make a patent too vague or too broad, then it can just fall flat, because if the defense can prove that someone else did it before you, then your patent is null and void. Doesn't matter. You didn't do it first. But if you're too specific, then it's very easy to go, well, that isn't what you have patented. Like this isn't that. So yeah, great. You have chosen something that you definitively, absolutely are the first one that did. But you've made it so specific that anything that is even remotely close to that is different enough that the patent doesn't count. Would be really funny if they just changed the sphere to a cube. That would actually be incredibly funny. Well, if you have such a big problem with it being a sphere, they'll just make it into something else. But that was specifically... like, I don't know how much that matters. But I just remember that was a thing that came up. And the first thing I thought was, that is an interesting point. I don't remember any, like, Pokemon clones using spheres to capture with specifically. The problem is the dynamic changing between capture and fight mode. Wow, that sounds really specific. Hey, Bakaj, hope you're doing well. And that's also true, Zarian. That was also something that I saw, that that when people started talking about, now that you think about it, the Palworld creatures look very reminiscent of Pokemon creatures. Then someone just went, here's a Dragon Quest creature, here's a Pokemon. Here's a Dragon Quest creature, here's a Pokemon. Like, just, I mean, like, that doesn't work. See, I think what surprised people most of all is, isn't this a copyright against the creatures, just the infringement on mechanics? Yeah, probably. Personally, what I find pretty funny about that whole thing is that I wonder if they had ever even considered suing if Palworld hadn't gotten so, like, hadn't been so successful. It also... Now, I didn't play Palworld, but I do recall that a lot of people I do recall a bunch of people being like, this is exactly, like, this would be, like, this is like a great evolution of, like, this could have been Pokemon, but it isn't. Which has this effect of, why didn't Game Freak do this? Like, why is it some, like, smaller company doing this? Which has that effect of, some of you may recall that when Baldur's Gate 3 took the world by storm, a lot of big, like, AAA company representatives were like, nah, it isn't good. Like, nah, you can't expect that kind of quality. It's too expensive. And things like that. Which, to me, sounds like we don't want to do better. We know we can, because they did it. But we don't want evidence that we are not doing better than we could be doing. Which, like, I see the problem. That's a tough pill to swallow. But, just be happy that someone else did it. Also true, Sally. I feel like if Pokemon should innovate on their formula, Palworld isn't the direction they should be going. Because it feels more like, as you said, almost like a spin-off game title could work. Yeah, exactly, Jim. It's like that one person in your office who keeps doing their job really well and showing you up. You hate them even though you know you should just do better yourself. It's like being a YouTuber and seeing someone else that does the same kind of stuff that you do, but they do better. Oh man, I wish it was me. Urgh. Gotta say, I'm not a big fan of these biases where, like, they just guaranteed drops a big fat paralysis on you. And son, you can't avoid it. It's just too bad. You have it. Enjoy. Like, sure, you could use spinal drops, but that puts your potion on cooldown instead. But the paralysis doesn't actually matter. The problem is that if you get paralysis stunned exactly in the wrong time during their AoE cast, the electrifying thing, then it is a problem. It's just really annoying. It isn't even threatening if it's just one. It's just really annoying. Also, hey Rust, hope you're doing well. Imagine being a caster with paralysis. Yeah, we did that in the last run. Because we're Pictomancer. It usually worked out okay. It was just, again, really annoying. And yeah, one way to deal with it is just don't pull those guys, but did I just miss my reassembled drill? Return to communal salt rock. What? Oh boy. You sound way too biased. Oh. I feel like I just got trolled. I enter the room looking for the chest. What's in the way? A luring trap. I use witching to deal with said luring trap. What's in the chest, everyone? Death. That would have been even funnier. Ah, you fought your way through the luring trap. Your reward is a mimic. It was actually another witching. And that is a good point, Yannick. That's what I should have done. Although in hindsight, it kind of worked out. It would have been a shame if I didn't use witching, only for it to be like, oh yeah, your reward is that you don't use this item after all. It's always intuition. Now that is also, by the way, an interesting point, Bokash, with the whole Dota thing. They should have just been fast on the draw there, in hindsight. Oh yeah, there was an intuition on the way back to the exit. Well, there are no traps now. What are you? Steel. I got bombs of steel, Kubo. My personal best floor? 180. Was it 204 man? Yes. I have cleared Palace of the Dead in a 4-man. I believe I've also gotten past Behemoth in a duo. Have you solo cleared the other deep dungeons? Nope. I haven't even cleared Eureka Authors. I think we got past floor 40 in a 4-man. And by virtue of happenstance, I soloed floor 40 specifically. There's actually a video on the channel dedicated to specifically that. Specifically when I randomly had to solo clear it. I think it was floor 40. The one with Twintania on it. And the story there is that none of the people in our group had ever done... Are you serious, man? None of us had ever done like Coils of Bahamut synced in any capacity. So naturally, none of us knew exactly how Twister works. But I learned it in that session. On my last life. Exactly, Ariel, thank you. On my last life, I finally understood how it worked. And then I soloed the boss. That could be fun. To try some more Eureka Authors. The main reason why I'm doing this as a solo challenge is because part of the problem with doing as like a stream series like this is that the 3 other players might not be available. This is not a problem, but a regular occurrence on the Savage streams, which some of you may have noticed that we like flip-flop between it's Saturday, it's Friday, it's Saturday, it's Friday. And turns out that a lot of people have things, have things in their life to do on Saturdays. OZ would also be pretty problematic. It's pretty hard to do something like Eureka Authors on 300 MS. Imagine having a life as an MMO. Oh. Or how dare we have a life. Yeah. Yeah, because sometimes life gets in the way. Where do you find maps for Ultimog? Gatherers can grab one from various sources. 1 per day. As in 1 per day. As in not 1 per gatherer. 1. I don't remember if there's other sources than that, because I usually don't need more than that. And yeah, that is true. Now I understand what it is that you meant about Chloe Rust. As the others said, the 3rd reward from Chloe is the map. But you can only see that option if you actually have a max level job. Oh, immune, okay. Are you serious? The boys are out on a patrol. Can you leave? That's too slow. Wow. Behold the Minotaur's friends. Patrolling with the boys. I keep forgetting. There's so much good loot on this floor, but I'm too stingy to use Serenity. Ah, yes. Parry with a gun. I don't remember if I was with you for that, Neptune. I don't remember, actually. Guys, the real JRPG loot goblin. Some people say that I'm actually Freerun. Quiet! If you pay close enough attention to the various background footage in my videos, if you see dungeon footage, if you see a treasure chest, there's a very high chance you'll see me run towards it. I might even pass on the loot, but open the chest, I will do that. I must see what's in it, even if I know what it is. Even if you know it's a mimic, then I don't. Which dungeon is it where there's like 2 or 3 mimics that are entirely skippable? Amdapor Keep? Something like that? In that dungeon, I open none of the chests. Because the loot sucks and a majority of them seem to be mimics anyway. Short, check. Whitehead, check. Some other identifying feature of Freerun I'm not aware of? Maybe? She likes treasure. And upon Hullbreaker Isle, both have mimics. See, the difference there is that the mimics on Hullbreaker Isle are mandatory. They are mixed with... Are we back? Hello? Are we back? That's weird. My connection, my connection on OBS dropped to a complete 0. As in, nothing was being sent. Nothing. But that was happening while I was actively attacking something and had 0 issues. Like, the game was not lagging. And I could see, like, dropped frames was slowly increasing. Like, slowly. And when it re-established connection, the frames, like, the dropped frames went back to 0. So, according to OBS, it managed to send everything. OBS issue. It could be, but as I've said, I've had latency issues recently. And it feels like it's either OBS or something else. And when I say it's either or, I mean something has problems. Saber says my YouTube died for a while too. Maybe it was YouTube that had a connection error. It's also possible that it was just my stream. But if it was YouTube, that would explain why my connection cut completely, but nothing else had trouble, and when the connection was re-established, it just, like, rewound itself. Chat survived. That is also a weird point, but I mean, maybe the chat and the stream function on different systems. What were we talking about? Mimics? Azolization. Hope you're doing well. Well, you just missed my connection completely dropping to YouTube, at least. And then re-establishing and everything is fine. Vela says, seeing you run willy-nilly in the middle of rooms has me screaming. It's fine. It's only a problem if it's a luring trap. If it's an explosive trap, the mob probably dies first. In my defense, I'm just a little confuzzled because of the lag spike thing. Oh right, it was an alteration. I get that, Silly. The thing is that slightly more than a month ago, right? This weird frame, like regular frame drop issue that I've been talking about appeared like a month and a bit ago. Like, if you go back and watch my Sephiroth Extreme Countdown stream, that was the one where the problem started. Before that, no issues. So it's like a recent thing. I don't know if it's YouTube that has borked something, if it's my PC that has borked something, because I'm pretty sure like a day or two before that stream, my PC randomly just, like, I started it, and then like within 2 minutes, it like just suddenly shut down. But I had like an update waiting, so maybe Windows just went, well, I mean, you don't normally work at this time, and then just bugged out. And then just instantly did it. I don't know. And then this happens, right? But it's inconsistent, like ridiculously inconsistent. So it could be a lot of things. It could be something with the PC. It could be something with the router. It's probably not, because it at least the problem is still here. A bit. When I removed the router from the equation. It seems to have gotten better without the router, so maybe there's something with the router as well. It could be my cables. It could be my ISP. Yeah, exactly, Rust. Exactly, because it could have been so many things. When I looked up the problem in relation to OBS, because as you said, it sounds like it's an OBS issue, the best advice I could get was that there are many reasons it could be, but it is insanely unlikely that it is actually OBS that is the source of the problem. And yeah, exactly, Brontom. It is a possibility that it is YouTube being weird. It is a possibility. the mob just hanging there was spooked with the connection issue before. Oh yeah, they were casting something. It could be me! But yeah, I have found, as I said at the very start of the stream, I have found something that might be a way for me to, like, induce dropped frames. Like, I might be able to produce the problem on command. Not the problem that we just experienced. That one seemed to be a separate issue. Like, that one seemed to have been unrelated to my problems. Because that has not happened in recent, like, in months. Considering YouTube crashed for more than just me. Well, the question is, Bronson, did it crash for you, or was it just that you observed my losing connection to YouTube as crashing? But yeah, my dropping frames issue, I think I can reproduce it. And if I can do that, then I can possibly track down... I can test a few more things. The problem is I don't have many things left to test. But the things that I have left to test, I can at least start, you know, I can test before I make the change, and then test after I make the change, and then see if it did something. And if I have a way to reproduce the problem, then it is also a lot easier to ask for help, because then I can go, do you have an idea what I could try? And then someone suggests something, then I make that change, then I test again and go, nope, still there. Like, if you can consistently reproduce the problem, then you can fix it. Potentially. You have a chance. Hey Vashti, hope you're doing well. And speaking of the changes that I can do, is I haven't changed, like I mentioned recently that I bought big fancy Cat6 cables. Ethernet cables. And I bought a new router to replace the old one. So if it's the cables, we can fix that. If it's the router, it's probably not... Like, it could also be the router. But given that I'm still observing small hiccups without the router, then it is probably not just the router. So I can test those things. And then there's also the part that I never bothered to try and see if restarting the modem did something. As I mentioned, I've restarted everything in the chain except the modem. And I've also not tried calling my ASP. Maybe they can see something is weird. Maybe they know something. Maybe I'm not the only one who's having problems. And that is true, Solization. The awkward part is exactly that. Because it is rather inconsistent, it can be difficult to, like, ask them what the problem is. Like, let me put it like this. I have no issues with my connection, like, for the most part, on the day-to-day. It is only when I'm streaming that these problems come up. Like, as if, I don't know, like, as if me using more than usual suddenly causes them to be surprised or something. Who knows? But once it is possible to go, well, I did this, and then it does the problem, then you can explain what the problem is. Or you can at least explain one way to produce the problem. And then they might know what the problem is. Because as an ISP, there's a chance that they've seen it before. Jose Miranda and Perrin, hope you're doing well. And yeah, I do recognize, Miranda, that a lot of the time I'm sitting on full gauge for a weirdly long time. It's simply because it's very convenient to be fully prepared when something goes wrong. Wait, the horde is on this floor. I should look for that. I have time. You're probably hitting your upload speed maximum because of other processes. Miranda, I have 1000 up and down. And I was capable of streaming approximately to the quality you're seeing right now on 30 up. Which I used to have. Back then, you would see the stream like pixelate a bit when there were like jumps in connection usage elsewhere, because it was exactly enough to stream. But that would still suggest that I'm probably not using more than 50, right? I'm probably not using more than 50, which is like, as I said, 5% of what I have. Like, in reality, I think whenever I've speed tested it, I have closer to like 900. But yeah, I pay for 1000 both ways. So that is exactly it, is that it cannot be a bandwidth issue. It cannot. It can be an issue with the delivery of said bandwidth. And that's when the ISP gets involved. It could be a problem with the the hardware, so to speak, involved. And it's really hard to track down what the problem is. But yes, I have so much connection that it shouldn't be a problem. Streaming isn't super intensive unless you're wanting to stream in 4K, which I'm not sure Twitch and YouTube even support. YouTube does support 4K streaming. But if I switch to 4K, well, first of all, I don't think this PC actually has the the excess power to go and do that. I don't know how much more it would scale up the effort of the PC. Oh, what's happening there? Double patrol coming in from the sides. But because of how it works, I think you need about 4 times more, faster connection to stream 4K than 1K. Which I also have enough connection for, according to what my research. I have the speed. Do you play in 4K? Yes, I do. But I have optimized the OBS settings to work like that, work with that, so that it just converts it down to 1K, to 1080p. The source you're receiving is 1K or 1080p. And it's not it's it's recording 4K and then sending it at converted. It's the actual window that I'm sending to YouTube is 1080p. What do you mean, Kat? I watch a few other YouTube streamers and I don't see similar issues. Yeah, then it's probably not YouTube. Double side on the same floor. Hey Shaq, hope you're doing well. 1k up for what purpose? The simple reason, Solization, is that it's pretty common in Denmark that your options are like... You could get like 100 down, 10 up, or 200 down, 20 up. 300 down, 30 up. Or you can switch to fiber and then like... A lot of the time you basically just get however much they can give you. Which means that it's like... Do you want 30 upload or do you want 1,000? Those are your options. And 30 is not quite enough. And 1,000 is... you don't need that. If you're saying that you saw dropped frames on this stream, that shouldn't be the case. According to OBS, there has been no dropped frames. Aside from when there was that moment where it completely froze. But according to OBS, it did manage to push those frames through anyway. It was a month ago. That was probably the Sephiroth stream then. Because that... If I remember correctly, that was the worst one. And it was the first one. And I brought a lot of attention to it. It was very obvious. There was also a recent Savage stream where we had some problems. That was not Friday. That was the week before Saturday. There I had frame drops like 1/8 of the time. Which people said was observable. They could see that it looked like the stream wasn't like perfectly 60 FPS. What do you mean you want a decent internet connection for less than 200 bucks a month? Don't you know executives are starving on their yachts? Civilization is... I've seen a similar situation in remote regions, usually where the community is connected to the internet through one connection and the ISP is routing everything through that one cable. That could explain it. That was also what I said last week. That I was not lagging on the stream. Friday. No frame drops whatsoever. But my connection in Final Fantasy XIV was like an unstable 60 ms. And when I mean unstable, I mean it would spike to more than that randomly. And it stopped doing that like almost exactly at like 9:30 in the evening. And it went almost completely away at 10. So I suggested that it was because the kids went to bed. Or people went to bed. Like, doesn't have to be the children. And that would explain that. However, I'm pretty sure that I'm not, like, that far out in the middle of nowhere. But that is a classic, that the connection suddenly gets slightly worse in holidays and stuff. I'm sure Fash Day can attest to that. Although it might have been a while since it has been a problem. Is Danish TV also distributed through the same cable? Good question. I don't pay for TV. So not my cable. But I don't know actually. Do you have a license for that TV? You know, we actually used to have that problem. Oh, problem. We used to have that. But, like, somewhat recently we went away from that. For many years, you had to pay for a DR license, which is Denmark's radio license, and DR is like the primary channel in Denmark. And the funniest thing is that, like, the logic was if you can view DR, then you have to pay for license for it. Which is a silly way to put it, but basically what it means is, do you have a PC? Do you have a phone? Do you have a TV? Do you have internet? Then you have to pay for DR license. And a lot of people weaseled their way out of it with all sorts of excuses. And I think like a few years ago, they just went, let's just do it over the tax. Easier. Obviously, like 99% of Danes have to pay for it. And the 1% that might not, like, okay, I guess, unfortunate. Hey, Caetsu. Also, hey, Philippe. I think I missed you earlier. I hope you're doing well. Damage reduction license. That's the one the tanks need. The middle of nowhere is very much relative depending on the country. Let me put it like this, Sally. Denmark is such a gigantic country that I can't remember the number exactly, but you can, in an average car, drive from anywhere in Denmark to anywhere in Denmark that is accessible by land in under 8 hours. And I would be inclined to say 5 hours. Denmark is so tiny that if you have like a less detailed map, it is a very real possibility that Denmark isn't on it. I'm pretty sure the Risk board game we had, I think it was many years ago, well, it's probably somewhere, didn't have Denmark on it. It, like, not as in, well, it wasn't like a spot on the map. It was like the little splotch north of Germany that is supposed to be Denmark wasn't really there. It's just my region is 4 times larger than Denmark. But yeah, from that scale, you can probably imagine that out in the middle of nowhere is not very far in Denmark. Eventually says, a way to avoid paying could be to have a friend's TV at your place. Since it's not yours and it's only temporary, you could avoid it. Yeah. Civilization with the accurate map, and Denmark is like 2 to 3 tiles. That, I don't know how much tiles usually cover, but that almost sounds like a lot. You have Jylland, you have Fyn, and you have Sjælland. There you go. And even with that, you're missing something. You think Denmark is small? Isn't Denmark smaller than Netherlands? Resolution. Wow. You have beautiful eyes. Wait, no, you don't. It'd be difficult. You don't have eyes. Who am I kidding? I have special eyes. Is Denmark larger than Netherlands? That is surprising. I thought we were only bigger than, like, Luxembourg. Just be careful you don't count Greenland when you count Denmark's size. Heard of Iceland? Yes, I have. I have actually, at least 2 of my Ko-Fi supporters are from Iceland. 2! I said no. No, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, basically, as Fashday says, the story with Greenland is that Greenland wants to be independent from Denmark, but Greenland apparently it doesn't really have the resources to be independent from Denmark without Denmark's contributions. So they go, we want to be independent. And then Denmark goes, sure. Then we're not going to give you money anymore. And then they go, wait, no, never mind. We changed our minds. Can we go back? And even realize Greenland had people on it. When I went to boarding school, I actually had 2 classmates that were from Greenland. And one of them had a name that was so difficult to pronounce that we just called him AK. The other one had a regular Danish name. Armor King? Ryan, I think you've been playing fighting games too much. Hey, there's also the Faroe Isles, that's true. At a previous workplace, I actually had a colleague that was from the Faroe Isles. It was pretty cool. Now there's the exit. An Aruban? Huh? Sally says, I thought it was being treated similar to Antarctica, scientists only. See, that would have been interesting. This is scary, this is scary. I don't like the floors where I can't use my items. Aurelian, the solo MMO? What's the solo MMO? Real life? Earnshaw. Never heard of that. Still in development. Oh. Oh yeah, I think we've talked about that one before on stream, Fash Day. That was isn't that the war where Denmark sends like a couple troops to replace the Canadian flag and then like leave some beer? And then Canada sent some troops, replace the flag and leave some beer? Isn't that one? Oh, right. We leave schnapps and whiskey. But that is like, if you ever needed proof of how silly both Canada and Denmark are, you don't need to look any further than said whiskey war. War, quote unquote. The Pemmican Wars. And they say war never changes. I'm telling you, I will eventually just randomly die from reading chat and running into something. I went up to this room like a few minutes ago and thought, I don't need to kill these. I guess I'll just not get that treasure. But the exit hasn't opened yet. So a case of, I guess you'll die then. It is, the funniest ones are when you have a floor where you kill everything on the floor and the gate hasn't opened yet. Oh, I just realized it opened. Well. No, I get your Riddlian. It is a little weird. Just in general, Final Fantasy XIV has something weird sometimes with when damage is applied. Just in general. Because of glowy golden color. Oh yeah. But it is, that's the I get that, Riddlian. It is weird that there are so many attacks in Final Fantasy XIV that they look like multi-hit moves, but they hit once. I don't know why I ran this whole way. Don't I look stupid now? I mean, I think I do remember that, Fash Day. Exactly. They ended it as a demonstration, essentially. Are you serious? Ah, yes, look at this massive inventory of things you have. Anyway, you can't use items on this floor. Get to the next floor. By the way, you can't use items on this floor. Then you have Dream Within a Dream. Yeah, exactly. There are moves that hit multiple times, but they're rare. And it is quite funny, because a problem that some players have with the increasing potency of attacks in Final Fantasy XIV, like the big burst buttons you have, a problem some players are starting to have is that, like, it's mostly when you're like optimizing, right? That it kind of sucks that like you do your opener and your big signature move that does like 1400 potency doesn't crit. But if you had made that 1400 potency attack into like 4 hits of 350 potency, it would have done the same damage. On average, it'll do the exact same damage. It would just hit 4 times, which means that it would have 4 separate opportunities to crit and direct it, which would make the average damage more reasonable. Because if you have like a 25% crit chance, then 1 in 4 of the hits will crit. So that would make it more consistent, and so a smaller problem. But it would also massively reduce the chance of actually getting the big lucky crit, because then you have to crit 4 times to get the result that you want. I want Monster Hunter mechanics. If the first hit in a multi-hit crits, they all crit. That kind of, like, misses the point, doesn't it? When Scorch hits like a freaking squeaky toy. Yeah, exactly. You crit Enchanted Riposte. You crit Enchanted Zwerchau. You crit Redoublement. You even direct crit all 3 of them. And then you get to the magic and it's just hit, 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 hit. Servers would explode from the extra calculations. It would certainly massively increase the amount of calculations necessary, because it would mean every single attack that hits multiple times needs to calculate multiple times. I don't know if it would outright, like, cause major problems. But it would definitely change some things. And it doesn't have to be all of the moves. It doesn't have to be all of them. That is actually something that I think we've talked about this before, exactly in the context of the servers would be like barraged with information and it'll have to work through too much, is that if you pay attention, there are a lot of moves that take a while to resolve. But the things that, like, the less common an attack is used, an action is used, the more likely it is that it almost gets like a fast lane. Like, have you seen how quickly Nevma heals? Instantaneous. Like, your healing applies faster than the damage. Because it matters. But you can only use Nevma once every 2 minutes. So it isn't that bad. I think if Creation Prognosis also does that. Soccer does that. Deployment Tactics does that. But you're unlikely to spam those. Either because of a cooldown or because, I mean, you just wouldn't. Is there an in-game way to see a crit chance? Or is it really just your crit stat total that is all you can see? Correct. You can, like, people have figured out formulas to convert your crit chance. Or rather, your crit stat to a crit chance. That is something you can do. But not in-game. Like, you actually have to take the number and then a spreadsheet. Couldn't they just calc potency like normal and then divide by the number of hits? They could, but they would still have to roll dice, essentially, for each individual potential crit. Oh boy. These flaws, man. No items, no items, gloom. Welcome to the gloom floor. On your right, you'll find the antidote for the gloomness. I want to play a game. You've been poisoned. Within 5 minutes, you will drop dead unless you get the antidote. On the table in front of you, you will find the antidote. Like, literally the antidote. What? Really? Yes. Why? I'm having a bit of a slow day. I'm just not feeling it tonight. You can just go. The exit is on your right. Yeah, you have to pull. You have to pull the door. Yeah. See you Monday. See you Monday. Health inspector required. Ow. No items and no abilities is an instant serenity if you have them. Yeah, I could imagine so. Some jobs would be more capable of accepting it. I think actually Machinist is like, if you play it carefully, maybe if you like, before you start, you like before you enter the floor, you happen to already have like a steel and strength running, then you might be okay as a machinist. But there are absolutely jobs where it's just like, well, if I have no abilities, then I don't have anything. Example, Pictomancer. Summoner. No, wait, Summoner actually has some things? They actually have a lot of things, come to think of it. Never mind. Hey, Ymir. Hope you're doing well. To your question, I don't know. Oh boy. Oh man, that one was actually bound and I didn't even see it. Oh, sorry, Ymir. The run. It's going okay. I'm doing pretty okay. But just as you asked, I stepped in a luring trap. And how that would go might have had a direct impact on how I was feeling. Is the run going to end? Eventually. Guys, it's okay. There's a luring trap in the room. On your left, you'll find a witching pomander that you will need for this pole specifically. Behold my art, it tastes like red. This is the third floor in this set of 10 where I can't use items. Game? Why are you giving me items? What's the point? Oh yeah, it's a classic, Yannick. Or that one is a good one already. How about, Yannick? You find a rage, but you're on a no knockback floor. And then you might say, well, I'll just use Serenity then. Well, I mean, what if they've given you reason to use all of your Serenity? That would be the classic, wouldn't it? Ah, yes, there's a raging on this floor. However, you're going to need a Serenity to make it work because there's knockback immunity. What Serenity? You had, like, gloom and no items on the 3 previous floors. Where do you think my Serenities went? How's 8-bits? Hope you're doing well. How are you doing, by the way, Ymir? Bleh. So tanky boy. I'm glad to hear that, Dudamangs. Thank you so much. That doesn't surprise me, Yannick. Well, would it give me a higher score? We can talk about it. I have acquired full house. All the Pomanders. Has anyone ever thought to ask what would change in 14 if Black Mage had ranged auto attacks? Well, I could start on that one for you. If Black Mage had ranged auto attacks, then their actual spells would do much less damage, for balance reasons. Here we go. Hope you're doing well. 8 pass. Hope you're doing well as well. I think the attempt is going decently well. This particular set of floors has been something. We've had 3 floors where items are outlawed. I can now crit 1 from a distance. Yeah, I would have sort of just assumed that when Rillian said Black Mage's auto attack from with range, that it would be implied that those auto attacks would scale with intelligence instead of strength. But it would be pretty funny if Black Mage could auto attack at range, but the way they auto-attack at range, whoops, is like just throwing rocks. And it does 1 damage. It should be implied, but this is 14. You know, you make a decent point. It is pretty funny with 14 specifically, in a very strange way, that in a lot of RPGs, you see various like RPG systems so you can like kind of figure out how they work and how they make sense. And usually any potential problems and limitations of those systems, like, you won't reach a point where it becomes a problem. So, like, it doesn't matter that there's this, like, weird detail about it. But in Final Fantasy XIV, you see the problem of, well, as you level up, due to scaling, you need more stats to get the same result. What happens if a job gains less stats on level up than what is required to just maintain the power they already had? And that's just one of the things in Final Fantasy XIV that is, like, weirdly surprising that it's just there for everyone to see. It's extra funny because we could see the problem coming. In Endwalker, only Black Mage did 1 damage with their auto attacks. Now, among the mages, I think it's only Summoner and Scholar that still, like, uphold status quo and still does non-garbage damage with their auto attacks. Well, non-1 damage. Are there any others? Just among casters. +3 strength raise. Does White Mage with a raise with +3 strength do 2 damage? I'm pretty sure White Mage only hits for 1 for me. But I'm also playing one of the noodle armiest races in the game. Does this consider Red Mage, or did I stop listening at some point? Yes. But, Ridlian, the way this scaling works is that as you level up, your auto attacks do less damage. So if you're not level 100, then that's not what we're talking about. At level 90, Red Mage is auto attacked for like 20 to 30, I think. Their auto attacks could actually increase somewhat drastically from party bonus, I think. Because 5%. But at level 100 in Dawn Trail, Red Mages swing with their their stick shaped like a rapier for 1 damage. Which is even weirder when you remember that, like, if you use actual riposte, like the non-enchanted version, that's supposed to be physical damage, right? And that's supposed to be weak, but you definitely don't hit for 1 when you use that. You still hit for bad damage, but you don't hit for 1. The Summoner and Scholar hits for 100-ish. That's like basically status quo, yeah. Like they reach about that damage at some point and then they just kind of stay there. Sage is about 6. But yeah, if White Mage is like on the cusp, then having like +3 strength from being a race with more strength would make that difference. It is a little strange, Ridley, but let me put it like this. Let me give you a counterpoint to that one. To make it make some sense. If Red Mage's auto attacks did, I don't know, as much damage as like a Machinist, right? But you're Red Mage, you have to get into melee range, right? Then it doesn't matter that your spells are magic and can shoot from range, because it's such a massive DPS loss to not be in melee range that it's completely irrelevant that you can be not in melee range. This is actually present and a very real thing for paladins. Yes, you have a burst that you can basically perform at range, but you'd rather stay in melee range because your auto attacks do real, like, relevant amounts of damage and also generates a resource for you that you don't want to miss out on. That would have been Red Mage if their auto attacks did relevant damage. That would have been any caster if their auto attacks did relevant damage and was melee range. So it kinda makes sense. Free Life says, my 72 White Mage should just hit after many misses, a level 100 striking dummy for 11. But yeah, the point is, Free Life, is that it's not about your target, it's about your damage. There isn't, like, for the most part, there isn't really such a thing as defense on enemies. It's not about what you're attacking, it's about who's attacking. Your strength stat. So you should expect to see 11 damage on a level 70 striking dummy as well. Again, I get what you mean, Rillian, but what I'm saying is, remember what game you're playing. Remember that players will play the job in the most optimal way possible. If Red Mage's auto attacks have any meaningful significance, then Red Mage is not a ranged job. At all. That does sound interesting, Free Live. I have heard that sometimes there can be something different when you're attacking like something higher level than you. But where is that striking dummy? What's happening? But that also makes sense that you'd hit 11, because I'm pretty sure that White Mage hits for like 18 to 20 at level 90. So it would be weird if you only did 11 at level 72. I'm pretty sure it evens out if you're at or higher level than the target. I'm sorry to hear that, Emir. I also hope that it gets better soon. But yeah, exactly, Free Life. Try and find a level 70 striking dummy. And see if you can't get those 40s there as well. But that is the weird thing, is that basically, imagine that there is like a minimum amount of strength you need. Oops, didn't mean to hit that one. To basically get value out of strength at all. And what we're seeing is that amount is like outpacing your like the amount of strength that mages have. Then it would be difficult to test free live, because a level 70 striking dummy would either be at our house, because someone put it there, or it would be in a Stormblood zone. So you could run around the housing ward you are in and see if you can find one, but it would be very random if there was a house that just had that. Hey, Kinvow, hope you're doing well. Good luck on your way forward, Yannick. Exactly, really, and the main reason you'd find a level 70 striking dummy at a house is that they just happen to have one for years and they just didn't replace it with something else. I think I have time to look for the horde. Kind of. I don't actually want it. It's also possible that they just like the level 70 striking dummy. All I need for God RNG is a Corrigan room. Oh yeah. Those are nice. And that is true, Kat. The reason why I directed Free Live to find a specifically level 70 striking dummy was more to prove the point that it, the defense thing, because a level 100 dummy, it took them effort to hit an 11. But then on a level 1 dummy, they hit for 40. So I'm like, yeah, if you find the closest to your level, it'll also hit for 40. I have a video where I demonstrate that as you sink down to various levels as Black Mage, your auto attacks do more damage. If I remember correctly, the sweet spot where your auto attack damage peaked as a Black Mage was like level, I think it was 47 or something like that. Maybe 50. Exactly, Sally. Not only was it one of the first ones, but it is one of the thumbnail things. Thumbnail myths, because people said that Black Mages are coded to hit for 1. Is there even a point to higher level dummies? They have more HP, so if you like to see the HP go down on the mob, then you have that. But I don't think there is anything else other than that. But yeah, I have specifically demonstrated it to the point that I can guarantee you that I know exactly how it works. And I basically did that demonstration just to almost produce a graph of the damage. And you can see that basically like rises and then like it doesn't peak, it just like tapers off instead. You could time yourself with higher level dummies perhaps. Exactly. Or you could use Stone Sky Sea. I think there's also the part that the more recent striking dummies are typically easier to get. Because, like, to get a level 1 striking dummy, I can't remember if you can make one, or if you have to buy it for, like, allied seals or something. Whereas the level 100 dummies you buy for Kubo nuts. Ah. Puch. Ah, pooey. Still haven't unlocked Stone Sky Sea? Well, you could start today. Well, the thing that is meant by that, really, is that you could be lucky. The waste. So what Stone Sky Sea is like a training room with a striking dummy where you have 3 minutes and you choose which striking dummy you're fighting. And the striking dummy's HP is based on what what duty that striking dummy is supposed to represent. But the problem is that like you do a test of, I don't know, the first extreme in Dawn Trail, right? Now you know you can beat that one possibly, but let's say you beat it with like you have 3 minutes to kill it. But not only can you cheat, but you could also just be lucky. Like, I've legitimately had cases where there's like an over 10-second difference between 2 different attempts. Just because I was lucky. I just had nice crits and such. You can cheat? Yes. The striking dummy's HP is based. Yeah, it's very based. But yeah, the way you can cheat, for example, is a warrior could hypothetically zone into like to a test, like go into attempt, immediately use inner release and infuriate, exit, go back in again. Like in the moment it fails your trial, you go in again. You might have seconds to spare on Primal Rend, and you probably have seconds to spare on the inner chaos. You might not actually be able to generate the resources for inner chaos, but I mean, the point is that you could then open with Primal Rend, Primal Ruination. Another weird one is Pictomancer. If you already have subtractive palette stacks, it doesn't clear those when you enter. And you can also use your Chocobo companion, yes. The important thing to keep in mind is that having beaten something in Stone Sky Sea is meaningless. it's usually something for yourself. So you're ultimately only cheating yourself. But the more important factor is that you can be lucky. Like, when I say you can be lucky, is that circles back to the multi-hit thing I was talking about earlier. That the performance in Stone Sky Sea of a Pictomancer, just to take an example, where your Star Prism in your opener is a critical direct hit, is a huge difference from the one where it isn't a critical direct hit. Like, that's the problem with these, like, mega hits, is that if you're really lucky, then it makes a huge difference. And I'm really serious. Like, I sometimes just go to Stone Sky Sea and then just mess around a bit. And, like, I could go, like, take the Paladin rotation. Once you start in Stone Sky Sea as a Paladin, once you start an attempt, the only thing that you can ultimately change about your burst without, like, actively gimping yourself and, like, tripping yourself up and losing damage for nothing is, do you use Fight or Flight after Fast Blade, after Riot Blade, or after Royal Authority? Optimally, you do it after Royal Authority, like, that leads to the biggest burst, but if you have the gear to clear the striking dummy with, like, 25 seconds to spare, then using Fight or Flight, and so Imperator, after Fast Blade, puts it 5 seconds earlier, which means that at around 25 seconds left on the timer, Expiation and Circle of Scorn will be available. Which means that pushing your burst slightly back is actually a potential DP, like, total damage gain in that context. Is that cheating? No. That is optimizing for kill time, and that is something some jobs do. Sometimes you're optimizing for a mechanic at the start of the fight. If the boss becomes untargetable 20 seconds into the fight, then it's no good that you wait 7 seconds before you click your burst button, because you'll just lose half of it, right? But yes, if you want to have, like, a decent practice of, like, a decent length, Stone Sky Sea is a decent place, because assuming you don't kill the striking dummy, which is a possibility, especially if, like, you're actively undergearing yourself, for example, or you just are not overgeared, then a Stone Sky Sea striking dummy giving you 3 minutes means that you have the opener, and you have the exact opener you want. You just do whatever you want. You have the odd minute burst at the 1 minute, then you have the even minute burst at the 2 minute, and then you have, like, the roundup. Because there's 1 minute left, all of your 1 minute cooldowns no longer matter, which means that you will have situations where, like, normally you stockpile this resource, but because the hypothetical boss isn't going to be alive for your next burst, you might as well just throw it. Like, for example, a warrior might want to sit on Beast Gauge for their next burst. In Stone Sky Sea, there are no raid buffs other than your own, so you might not want to do that. So that can teach you bad habits. On the other hand, after the 2 minute burst, there's not going to be another one. So now you can practice what you do when Hardened Rage is coming. It's not optimal, because some rotations start to, you can call it break apart, you can call it deviate, whatever you like, after 6 minutes, and some do after 11 minutes. To give an example of that, Samurai has the capacity to do an extra Mech Yoshisui after the 6 minute mark. Like, they will have caught up with their cooldown so much by that point that they have an extra one. Pictomancer, I think it's their 6 minute burst, where it is not possible to have Madine for like the burst itself without actually lose. Is it 8 minutes? Okay, it's 8 minutes. I mixed it up. I thought it was 6. In 8 minutes, you can't have... I can't remember if it's 6 or 8, but one of them, because of the way Living Muse works, it's not possible without losing resources to make sure Madine goes in the 2-minute burst. Which means eventually you will run into this, but you won't in Stone Sky Sea. Reaper's another example. Since Dawn Trail, Reaper apparently generates slightly less than 3 Enshrouds in a 2-minute window, which means after, what's it, in the 11-minute? At the 11-minute mark or something weird like that, around that point, Reaper will just be missing an Enshroud. Like, it'll just not be there. Because they're like 10 Shroud gauge behind. I'll take your word for it, Sally. I just remembered that there was one. I probably also wrote 8, because I'm pretty sure I included that in my Pictomancer guide. I specifically remember that I spent a lot of time looking at that. I also specifically remember that I ran into that observation before Dawn Trail's release. And then I discovered that it works slightly differently, and then I rediscovered that the problem is still there. Reaper skill speed advanced calculus. But yeah, like, there are some jobs where it matters that you don't see past the 3-minute mark. But seeing 3 minutes of combat is pretty good. Like, let me just put it like this. If you practice enough in Stone Sky Sea, then at least you will know exactly how your rotation plays out for the first 3 minutes of a fight, assuming there was no downtime. Which is like, if you can memorize that and just like internalize that in muscle memory, then it means that for the first 3 minutes, at least, like, your rotation is free. It just comes naturally. And the knowledge you have from practicing that should be good enough that once you, like, go off the rails at the 3-minute mark, you'll start to, like, you'll remember, like, the things you need to watch out for. Like, things that, oh, this thing and that thing. And for a lot of jobs, the 3-minute just repeats. That's true. An important thing just to repeat is that because Stone Sky Sea doesn't allow you to bring raid buffs in any capacity, it can also teach you bad habits. Like, notably, you will probably get, like, unless you actively try to do it yourself, like, you police yourself to do it right, you have no reason to stockpile resources for bursts and whatnot. Unless your job has it. Which means that, like, Dark Knight and Warrior might play their rotation very differently in Stone Sky Sea and still do quote-unquote optimally than they would in a real group. Exactly, Ham. I'm supposed to have that atonement here. What happened? Ow. Go ahead and cast Fireball. I fired, and then I missed. But exactly, things like that, Ham. I sort of run into that sometimes with Warrior, where I'm like, am I not supposed to have, like, an extra Inner Chaos here or something? And I just don't, because something went wrong. Where is the exit? It's not here. But yeah, like, it is a good training spot. But if you want to practice beyond 3 minutes, or if, for whatever reason, the striking dummy that your job has been granted, like the strongest one given, isn't strong enough, then you can sometimes be forced to go elsewhere, like a striking dummy at your house or something, and just go for a certain amount of time. You might actually... I can't remember if I had to do that for Dawn Trail, but I do remember for my dancer guide in Endwalker, I had to go to my house for the high level demonstration. Because the level 90 opener, the striking dummy for the hardest fight, like the hardest, the tankiest striking dummy I had access to, died during the 2-minute burst. Dancer keeps getting undertuned dummies for some reason. I think the reason their dummies are undertuned is because it's a little difficult to picture how much damage is reasonable to expect of a dancer when such a large part of their damage is missing due to not having a dance partner. Yeah, I can see what you mean there, Knight. On the bright side, like, my recommendation there is you still want to use Rekindle in every Phoenix window. So one way you could practice that is every time you have, like, if you actually care to practice that muscle memory, get used to, like, when you're using your, like, when you use Rekindle. Yes, you can just use Rekindle while targeting the enemy, like targeting the striking dummy, and like you'll automatically cast it on yourself because that's how the game works. If you use a support move and you're targeting an enemy, you'll cast it on yourself. That makes sense. But a way to practice this, because usually you don't want to cast it on yourself. A way you can practice it is by intentionally targeting yourself and then pressing Rekindle, because you do want to use it on someone. Put your Chocobo on passive and then dance part on your Chocobo. Well, I mean, that wouldn't work because the damage that, like, the part you're missing is that first of all, the Chocobo doesn't. I actually can't remember. Can your Chocobo produce Esprit? Does anyone know? Can your Chocobo produce Esprit? If it attacked, like, yeah, if it wasn't on passive, if your Chocobo attacked, would it generate Esprit? It does not. There you go. So it wouldn't be enough. Like, the problem is specifically Esprit generation, and it doesn't help that the amount of Esprit you generate is vastly different depending on how many players are in your group. It's Esprit. Ow. It is not E-Spirit. It's not the kind of spirit that comes from the internet. I'd like to order an E-Spirit. That's too much French for me. Well, then you don't want to meet Red Mage. Esprit. Yes. Does your Chocobo generate Esprit? It's one of the important questions in life that no one dares to ask except Kai 3 hours into the Palace of the Dead. Yep. Well, in fairness, I have actually ran into the question of, and I have covered this in Mythbusters. Is your Chocobo a melee job or a ranged job, according to astrologian cards? Burger a burger. Corpse. Ah, corpse. But I did actually figure out the answer to whether a Chocobo is a melee or ranged. Does anyone know or remember the answer? Your Chocobo companion is neither. It gets the base bonus of both cards. For some reason. It's an adorable DPS. Now there's something we can agree on. Yeah, it gets the minimum damage gain from both cards. But the funny thing is that when I looked into that, not only does it not have a job, hence the cards don't like benefit in either direction, but your Chocobo does less damage than an Astrologian. So why would you give your Chocobo cards? Like, that's the silliest end result of this conversation is... your Chocobo is so weak in terms of, like, raw DPS that, well, yes, you could give it cards, you have no reason to. Unless your own gear, like, mega sucks. The dot seems to tick very hard. Does it tick very hard? Because... Nozarel, remember that if you also have a dot on the target, there's a very high chance that they're just getting melded together. There's a chance. I don't actually know for sure if it would like show its damage number separately. I have not tested that. But if you have your dot on it, it would make it look a lot bigger. Simply because your dot is matching up with it. Speak for your Chocobo. My Chocobo melts faces. Does it now? Like more of an effect of sinking down with the Chocobo. There's also a possibility that the Chocobo is like, it doesn't scale very well. So in lower level content, it is actually crazy strong. But in higher level content, it's kinda eh. That is a possibility that I've not tested. My test was specifically at level 90. And my test was entirely focused on demonstrating the card thing. I just, like, offhandedly observed that, by the way, the damage from the Chocobo kinda sucks. Hey, Quantum! Hope you're doing well. And yeah, indeed, Rillian, any open world content is a good idea to do with your Chocobo. Because it does do decent damage. In fact, even if not damage, if you're playing a job that has poor self-sustainability, just setting your Chocobo to healer mode can actually make it possible. If some of you have seen my somewhat recent, like, leveling guide, you might see the footage of me doing, like, AoE pulling a Fate as Viper. By the way, I don't recommend doing that. That was really scary. But the only reason it was even remotely feasible was because my Chocobo was healing me. 30% of your DPS? That... I can't remember exactly how big of a difference it is, but... 30% sounds reasonable, and it is also exactly... It is so low relative to your own damage that would make it pointless to put cards on your Chocobo. What we need is a rework to the Chocobo companion that lets the bardings give additional moves. That would be an interesting change. The Chocobo companion does feel like a really random addition. It does sort of remind me a little bit. Thank you, Erdl. It does sort of remind me a little bit of like pet systems in other various like MMOs, like grindy MMOs. With like, oh yeah, you can have a pet. Initially, what most people use it for is like looting things for you or something like that. But you can teach it things. It can give you buffs, or like it could actually do damage. But most people don't even know how to, because the game never actually bothers to explain it. Or it's a temporary pet, so there's no point investing all those resources anyway. Like, that's kind of how it feels to me. Because it's not, like... It's not very well explained that, like, how it works. And the fact that initially you can only level it to a point where you can unlock exactly one of the 3 trees fully. But there's nothing, like, you can just feed it onions to make it able to learn all 3 things, which also feels almost, that is what makes it feel like abandoned content. Like, it feels like they went, we could have done more with this. Yeah, we don't really care. Let's just give it to them. Exactly, Sally. It explains it if you do the side quest. Nozarel says, was that example a particular game in mind? I think it was like a mix. I remember that I had a pet that looted for me in FFXIV. Life of Fun. I remember I played an MMO kind of briefly a long time ago, where a high-level player just summoned like their horse mount and gave like crazy strong buffs near them. There are other examples. So like, no, I don't particularly have a specific one in mind, but I've seen it. And yeah, also that, Sally, that's also an example. And exactly, there is a few quests that straight up give you those Stavnarian onions that you need to teach your Chocobo extra stuff. But once you've run out of those, I think you can get 2 or 3 of them for free, like from quests. Once you've run out of those, the rest are either something you produce in housing, which means that free trial players can't do it, or you buy them, which means free trial players can't do them. Alright, Ridleyan. Enjoy your evening. Oh boy. Is gardening and all that explained? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure Final Fantasy XIV never explains how gardening works. Which sort of makes it even more impressive that players even figured it out. I don't know for certain if it is true, but it wouldn't surprise me if the tutorial given to players on gardening was, like, just thought, like, off the top of my head, a guess based on what I've seen previously in the game. The patch where gardening was added, they probably included like a tutorial on how it works in the patch notes. Because they included that for the island sanctuary. I did not know that, Bits. What I do know is that nowadays I feel like I've heard that Fliff is very, like, has a lot of store in it. But it doesn't surprise me if they've not, like, upgraded any of the requirements of the game and just left it as is. Not only is it not surprising that a browser could play Fliff, and you just do it like that, I could imagine that your phone could play it. Oh, whoops, I didn't need to use a potion there. There's a Fliff mobile game now, too. Why is it separate? Can't it just be the same game? And that's what I mean, is that Fliff, I'm pretty sure, was less taxing on your PC than World of Warcraft when World of Warcraft was new. And World of Warcraft can be played on a phone now. Like classic WoW, specifically, can be played on a phone. Are you serious? Mob spawn right behind me. That is pretty random free live. But not some... that is actually reasonably common. And I've experienced that. That you like... You see, like, you run into something and then something completely unrelated. Somehow. It said Fliff has about a dozen official versions now. That is strange. I remember I've seen, like, private servers of it. Like, private servers with the intent of getting rid of some of the, like, cash shop stuff. There's got to be a name for that circumstance? I don't know. Is there one? Does anyone know? Had a very rare thing. Room with mobs locked against each other so they can't move. That sounds like 3 points, Yannick. Hey, Zelda, hope you're doing well. It was on exit. Oh. Synchronicity is what I've heard it called. The most recent, like, back when Island Sanctuary was put into the game, Final Fantasy XIV, I almost immediately had, like, flashbacks to Fliff. Like, Bits, have you been on Island Sanctuary in Final Fantasy XIV? The music that plays when you're out and about. Like, where you can just loot stuff out on your island. Is, like, mega Fliff. Like, it's so Fliff. It's Fliff enough that a friend of mine that had exactly the experience of, this feels familiar. And when I mentioned Fliff, he was like, ah, that's it. Yes, fly for fun. That's what the game's called. The frequency illusion, also known as the Bader-Meinhof phenomenon, is a cognitive bias in which a person notices a specific concept, word, or a product more frequently after recently learning of it. Yeah, that is also the fact that it is called a bias might make some of you go, well, I don't feel like I'm biased. It is really random. But then again, it is almost certainly a complete coincidence. And like, even though coincidences happen often, it's still a coincidence. The new Disney show. That's so Fliff. That's so Fliff. Ah. It's good to hear that some people enjoyed it. I didn't get super far in FFXIV. I think my record was that like the first time I played it, I played like a magician. I didn't get that far in the game. The second time I played it, the warriors were called mercenaries, right? And I think I got to like level 50 something, and then I couldn't deal with the grind anymore. It didn't help that I started that character during an event where basically everyone were like mega pumped, like an event where everyone just got like a huge stat boost, which meant that the instant that the event was over, it felt like my XP gains dropped to like a quarter of what it was. Not fun. But it is interesting. And yeah, exactly, Bubumet. Exactly. It is a bias because you noticed, because it was recent, right? You noticed because you just were made aware that it's a thing that exists. Swap to a private server. You know, the funny thing there, Perrin, is that the reason why I know there are those private servers is because I found one, right? I had problems actually getting the game to run, though. I don't know why. I couldn't make it work. And then I lost interest. I also played MapleStory. I think I've played MapleStory like on 4 or 5 different occasions. That was also fun. Nowadays, nowadays, hard to say. The last time I played MapleStory, it felt like they had made it a bit too easy to level. Like, it is like a grinding game, right? But, I mean, it kind of loses the point if it's completely trivial to level. Like, then what are we doing? What? Clarence says, one of the more interesting things for me, though, was double XP when it's raining outside. Wait, like, when it's raining in the game, you get double XP? Huh. That is interesting. That is an interesting way to make weather important. Yeah, that is also an important detail there, Free Live, is that with a private server, you don't know if you can trust the person who's running it. So be careful. That is amazing, Silvermint. MapleStory made it so you can reach level 200 in an afternoon, but recently they raised the cap to 300. It was raised to 250 before too, and now the grind to 300 is like the old days of 1 to 70. I remember, I think last time I played MapleStory, I played the like the edgy Dark Knight kind of character that uses their HP to attack, but have like a ridiculous amount of HP. And I got to like a level 116 or something like that. And then I lost interest. I was like, it feels like I'm just mashing buttons. It feels like I'm just mashing buttons. It feels a little pointless. I'll play something else. And it didn't feel hard to reach. Yeah, Demon Slayer sounds about right. Like, it didn't take long to reach that level. Like, I had played under a week, I'm pretty sure. $2D Diablo. As I understood, MapleStory 2 wasn't super successful, right? Then it died, yeah. I mean, I don't know what to say there. When I saw that MapleStory 2 was like a top-down game, I was like, do you know your audience? Because I would have been like, I expected like side-scrolling platformer again. They tried moving into 3D, yep. The thing is, Sally, I didn't actually play it, so I can't possibly speak on whether it was good or bad. Not even remotely. But that was just my observation, was that's weird. That's a weird choice. Like, I know this is a little bit of a weird comparison and is a little unfair because the only reason why that comparison comes is because of what game, like, because of it being a side-scroller, right? Imagine if Mario 2 was a top-down 3D game when Mario 1 is a side-scroller. I believe the first time they properly went into 3D, they didn't call it like it was clearly like a not like a like a numbered title, so to speak. Exactly, Silvermint. Imagine if Zelda 2 was a side scroller when Zelda 1 was a top-down game. Wait a minute. By the way, hey Vince, hope you're doing well. And Hieronymus. Yeah, indeed, 64 is a number. It is numbered, but not in the way you meant. Indeed. And then Zelda 3 returned to top down, yeah. Which was Zelda 3? Like, technically, because they, like, I believe after 2 they didn't use numbers. Link to the Past, right. By the way, Fim, I'm not saying necessarily that Zelda 2 is a bad game. Notably, I haven't played it, so it would be very unfair for me to judge it like that. But I'm pretty sure that Zelda 2 wasn't as well received as a result of that big change. So like that's kind of what I was going with. Hey, Space Pirate from Space. Hope you're doing well. I think things are good. We're almost at floor 150. But yeah, my point being that if Zelda 2 wasn't nearly as well received as Zelda 1, because it is a side-scroller, then it is sort of like the same idea that MapleStory 2 probably wasn't making the safest move by choosing to be top-down 3D of some sort. Well, I guess it was like 2.5D kind of like camera position. Is that what that's called? Like, that's a pretty big jump. Isometric, right. Are the CDI games part of the numbered ones? I don't believe so. Although technically, if we're going to be pedantic, Link to the Past is only Zelda 3 insofar that back when Link to the Past was made, your average gamer would just refer to it as Zelda 3 because it was, I think, like a little bit of a novel concept to call the next game in a series not just the next number. And yeah, that's also true. Zelda 2 was also meaner than Zelda 1, which probably didn't help either. Which community is that, Vince? Oh boy. This is a very convenient room to run into a luring trap. Yeah. Link to the Past is 3, then what number is Breath of the Wild 2? Yeah, that's the reason why sometimes, you know, franchises just stop using numbers because it starts getting silly. You know, some companies do that. Then we have Square Enix. Call of Duty's game numbers be like, don't they just these days don't Call of Duty they just go crazy with it. I would have actually had expected at this point that they had just started calling them the year that the game was released. Like when they're releasing them almost as often as sports games release a new version of their game every year, then I mean, why not? I also just want to add, Bit says Final Fantasy 50. It wouldn't surprise me if they decided to go away from numbers, or at least Roman numerals, before they reach Final Fantasy 30. Because it's going to be weird for little Timmy to ask their mom if they can have a Final Fantasy XXX edition. No need, they're just re-releasing the old games as new without changing the name for Call of Duty. Oh yeah. Uh-oh. Here we go again, here we go again. I haven't checked this room, so this is scary to run into. I don't like doing this with a debuff. I missed the paralysis there. For some reason I had convinced myself that the paralysis was like a circle that I could just dodge. Let me just find a mob to build some heat gauge on. To be fair, at that point, little Timmy's mom will have seen it coming a mile away because she will have likely played or seen Final Fantasy 25 and up. Oh yeah, XXV. That is a good point. She probably would. Or she might never had heard about Final Fantasy. Which is perfectly understandable. I think I explained to my parents that it was Final Fantasy 14 2 or 3 times before they remembered that it was 14 and not 4. And they're actually kinda gamers, so, you know. Ow. Bleh. Yeah, good point, Amatel. What do you mean it's not 4? I see Golbers right there. I should probably save a little something for the succubus ad. This was a lot easier with Pictomancer. Yeah, exactly, Zilly. Well, you see, Squeenix has been on this quest for a while. My first Final Fantasy was 7. Gramps is fallen. Man down. I have been afflicted with old! I just realized that my strength ran out. The reason why I suddenly decided that I had to use strength there was exactly because it took... Like, it looked like I barely stopped her in time. Might seem harder on machines if you don't know the trick. Ignore zombies. Can you just ignore them? Like, can you just kite them forever? She kills them with Blood Rain. Oh. And it doesn't make her Blood Rain stronger or anything. Fair enough. The reason why I thought it was important to kill all the ads is exactly because the boss she's based on, I'm pretty sure consumes all the ads at some point. So ignoring anything is danger. Jaja. That's good to know. There's that, and then if you're a caster instead, you have a different advantage. I think it's the last boss you can do without sustain potions on Machinist. Oh. Well, I've been using sustain potions anyway. You see, Billmet says, I started on 14 and have since never touched any other. It's the MMO part that gets me. Fair enough. You haven't considered trying 11 then? That's also an MMO. But yeah, the funny thing with this particular boss is that the fanatic zombies are weak to wind damage for some reason. So they take like double damage if you hit them with like arrow in green, emerald ruin, Arrow, Arrow 2, things like that. The silly thing is that, for instance, with the Arrow, it hardly matters. I could imagine that you would kill them anyway if you cast that on them, but yes, they're weak to wind. But then there are a lot of people that that 14 was their first. And in the case, like in my case, I played 7 quite far. And I tried 1 and 2 a bit. I've seen 10. 2. Like 10-2. I've seen 12 a bit. And then played 14. Which meant that, as far as I was concerned, I also played Final Fantasy Tactics Advance a ton. Which meant that the moment that my eyes lit up and I started recognizing things was some primals. I was like, oh yeah, that does sound reminiscent. Does sound familiar. And Evilise. Saw some bosses that I recognized. The 160 boss hits hard. Is the 160 boss the serpent guy? The horseman. Ah, right. That one was pretty silly when we did it on Pictomancer. Because you can block his knockback with a barrier. Ta-da! I'm pretty sure I got one of those 2 weeks ago. Like, I'm telling you, if general purpose jet black dye is as common as I'm making it look, then deep dungeons would be a incredibly nice moneymaker. The fact that it made this special, like, cling sound made me think that those are very rare. Huh. Self-appointed Dodo Baron. I think I sold the black dye I had, Vigo. I think I sold it for like 500k. Which is still decent. It is a little strange, a little funny, because I'm pretty sure that the best time to sell something like general purpose jet black dye is at a time where there's new gear, which kinda sounds like insane when you think about it. Like, people that want jet black dye, surely they like collect it somehow. Like, surely they like save up some of the expensive dye over time, right? But because it's so expensive, I could see why a lot of players just wouldn't. They probably buy it as they need. New gear is put into the game. A lot of people need to buy dye, so they buy a bunch. Marcus says, I wonder why pure white and jet black is most sought after. It's just that, like, the edgelords like the blackest color, and a lot of other people like the whitest color. It's also like a lot of outfits are very easy to make look good in black or white. And also, yes, they're rare, which makes them special. Before Island Sanctuary, genuinely, before Island Sanctuary was a thing, cherry pink dye had a tendency to swing at like 25k each. I'm not sure what they're worth right this moment, but they used to be 25k, and after a while, when people started like producing cherry pink dye with curries from Island Sanctuary, it has at least dropped below 10k. Do they not like the gunmetal or pearl white? See, the interesting thing there, Marcus, is that I'm pretty sure both of those can be bought in various ways, where jet black and pure white cannot. Like, that's the thing, is that jet black and pure white, I'm pretty sure they can only be acquired by random chance, whereas pretty much all other dyes are a lot more common and can be bought. Like, straight up just bought with a currency, other than money. Funny thing, pearl white is pretty much same as pure white, but 10 times less pricey. Well, let's try that. This is pearl white. This is pearl white. You see? This is pure white. It has this like glossy sheen to it, which pure white doesn't, and it's also a darker white. So if you don't want that, then like pure white is your option. Another one that sometimes is used is Snow White, but that one is clearly not the whitest. Yeah, exactly, Silvermint. You can also buy Jet Black and Pure White with actual cash for some reason. I see what you mean, Sally, but you can also definitely tell the difference between Suit Black and Jet Black. But it is worth pointing out, just to be clear, that Suit Black and Snow White are like 100 gil, I think, if not way less than that. Like, they're mega cheap. You just get them. So the question is this good enough? Or are you willing to pay like 500k for it to be slightly more black? Hey Lisa, hope you're doing well. And personally, the way that I've gone about it is when I make when I dye these sets for my job guide thumbnails, I use Suit Black and Snow White for like accents and stuff like that, like the secondary dye slot. But I just use Cherry Pink anyway. Like aside from that, I just use the dye that I have a lot of. All right, Yannick. Good luck then. You too, Rust. Enjoy your evening. 1 steel, 2 resolution. I'm assuming you wanted 3 of each. My guy, people spend money for HQ glam pieces when there is no difference in looks. People do be weird. Well... if the price is the same, then I would buy the high quality one just because it's high quality. If the price is the same. If the price is not the same, then I'm starting to ask myself what I need it for. People in real life, that clothing looks 1% different, costs $10 more? Pff, no. The same person in a video game? A 600 times markup worth... Yep. Kai single-handedly keeping the Cherry Pink economy alive. You know what's even weird about that, Silvermint? I haven't bought Cherry Pink dye since Island Sanctuary was a thing. I don't buy Cherry Pink dye from players. I'm more likely to sell it than buy it. And I don't sell it either because I don't need money. I have nearly 52 million gil. And sometimes I'll happen upon something that is valuable and I'll sell that. Hey, that's it. Hope you're doing well. You know, I don't even buy it. I just produce it myself. That's good to hear, Deathsin, I think. Fem says, Raiders have spent hours theory crafting and a ton of gil and pots and such for 0.1% more DPS. Why wouldn't you want 1% improvement on your glam? There have been times where the racial stat difference has made a visible difference. When I say visible, I mean an actual, like, 1 to 2 point damage difference on certain attacks. And there have indeed been players that paid for a Fantasia for that. So yes, they would pay for 0.0001% damage gain. The player exists. Admittedly, it's very rare. It's like a unicorn. But they do exist. That says I make most of my glams that can be high quality, and I don't want to put something low quality in my dresser. The main reason why I don't worry so much about it is because most of the time I'll have the high quality item by coincidence if I need it. It's actually pretty funny. This is probably not nearly as much of a moneymaker as it was, but I used to sell classic spectacles. And I made all of them high quality. And I'm pretty sure there have been times where my glasses sold over someone else who just made a normal quality. Even though the price was different. Just because, well, might as well take the high quality one. I only need one pair, right? Might as well get the good one. And they're not so expensive that it really matters. The reason why I think it's not that valuable anymore is because people want this kind of classic spectacles, which is a lot more expensive and rare. But hey, if you want to double glasses, then you need this. And you can see it if you pay really close attention. Or actually not that close attention. It fogs up your glasses if you have double glasses. Double glass! Are they just from the gold saucer? I'm pretty sure the classic spectacles are not just from the gold saucer, are they? Do they make the fashion ones white? I got disco glasses. Wow, that looks silly. I'm pretty sure for the first several days of Dawn Trail, I'm pretty sure that my character ran around with double glasses. Because I didn't have like a good headpiece for my mages. And I played Black Mage for the first few days. And I just like put this on and I was like, huh, well I'm already wearing glasses. I might still have that actually. Yep. Double glasses. That is funny. 0.1% in rage because both tanks are iron. Could you imagine if it made that much of a difference? There would be riots in the streets of Limsa. Because then some players would feel like they had to switch. But legitimately, the only times where people have even focused on the fact that there are races with like a better stat line for specific jobs has been when there has been like, I think there's been cases for Gunbreaker or something like that, where there was a different best in slot set if you were a specific race, because that race meant that they went over a certain like breakpoint, which meant that like instead of going with like a lower item level piece with a better stat combination, you chose the high item level one anyway, or something like that. I don't even know for sure where the classic spectacles are from. I just already had them, I'm pretty sure. Exactly, because I already had the fashion accessory glasses. They just gave me the option to get the face wear. And I might have bought the fashion accessory. But because it was a fashion accessory, it was very limited what you could use it for. So it didn't matter that much. So people didn't care that much, so it wasn't that valuable. But the face wear is very applicable, so it's very expensive by comparison. The face wear ones come only from submersibles. I'm guessing, Silvermint, that... Let me just check. I'm guessing that the fashion accessory one was just reworked to the face wear one. So I would guess that the fashion accessory one came from subs, but it just didn't matter. The thing is, the problem with fashion accessories is you can only use them in open world content. So it isn't super good. It's not super great. And so people didn't care as much. It was like, oh great, I can wear glasses with my hat when I'm in the city. But I have to choose between an umbrella, wings, a backpack, or glasses. Which is a little strange. Which I'm guessing is partly why they changed it. Me too, Sally. Interestingly, I've wished for a face wear slot for years. So when they announced that it would be there, I was like, yes, perfect. That was exactly what I wanted. Because for the most part, I was like, well, I'm never wearing hats because I need my glasses. Which, of course, has led to the new problem that I have. That because I've always just used the glasses, now I'm like, what do I put on my head instead? I think the only reason why I have this elaborate outfit with a hat for Viper is because the outfit, I think it was Caetsu that put that together. And then randomly, I noticed that the hat looked kind of nice. So hat it is. Get a beret, like one of those like tiny ones that just like on the head. I also have always had a hat for my crafters. So now that I just have glasses. And for my gatherers, I also always had a hat. Like, there it works. It's a very big hat. Embrace your inner e-girl with a beret. The one Tataru wears with the feather. Is that a crafter thing or something that everyone can wear? What is it? Be the... You must become the warrior of fashion. Riding home to your mirror. Yeah, that makes sense, silly. However, I have a lot of hair. Woolen beret, and it's for all classes. Oh, okay. But it is difficult with hats sometimes. But I have considered looking for one. A fitting hat. And when I say fitting, it's mainly because I use role outfits rather than job outfits. Which is again the reason why my scouters have a funny hat with a feather in it. And apparently someone took a bite out of it too. Arr. Crunchy. Whoops. Fork? Don't face the camera at those eyes are staring into my soul. Are they that scary? I get what you mean, Sally. The reason why I use role outfits is exactly because, oh, right. That 21 combat jobs. And even if you had 21 slots, it would still not be enough. Because there's also Blue Mage. And there's the Crafters and Gatherers. It's like, at the very least, you'd need like 24 outfits. Then you'd have one for Blue Mage, one for the Crafters, and one for the Gatherers. Did we finish on floor 150, I think? Yes. 150. What about one for swimsuits and one for pajamas? Exactly, which is the reason why it's like, it's never going to be enough. If they gave you, tomorrow, 30, like, so you had 30 glamour plates, it would still not be enough. If the day after you were up to 40, it would somehow still not be enough for some players. Because the thing is, with more space, people are more likely to just kind of splurge their outfits. It's the same as with housing. For years, like years, it has been a common problem that there wasn't enough housing for everyone. Right? Exactly, Sally. You have a mod with 100 plates and it's not enough. But yeah, for years there hasn't been enough housing. And nowadays, at least on Louisoix, I'm pretty sure that there's vacant small plots. Like, now we finally reached the point on some worlds that there is enough housing. You know what happens then? People get picky. Well, yes, there is housing, but I don't want to settle for a small. At least a medium. We have housing. You just go for it. But the moment that there's plenty, then people want the things that are scarce. And large and medium housing is scarce. I'm pretty sure there isn't. I'm pretty sure there isn't a vacant medium, and if there is one, someone has already bid on it. And large, no chance. And that was actually pretty funny. When I got my large, that was when that section of wards that I'm in opened. And I went to every large in like the price range I was willing to pay. And wrote down where they were and noted how many had bid on them. And like an hour before it was time to choose a bid, I bid on the only large that had only one other bid, which meant I had a 50% chance of getting it. Meanwhile, there were houses in like Imperium, I think, and like large houses, and houses in Shirogane with like 10 plus people betting on it because they wanted the best large. Aren't they changing the insights? They've talked about that, yes, that that you can make it so that your small is a large on the inside, which is exactly a solution for some players. I'm pretty sure the majority of players that really want a large might not actually care about the outside. They just want a huge plot on the inside to like dress up. And if they can have that in a small, that's fine. That works. But there's also, of course, also players that specifically wanted a large because they wanted the big garden area and they wanted everything with it. The only people I can imagine being genuinely concerned about the outside size want 3 gardening plots. Possibly. I think... Like, I mean, if a large was on offer, I would probably bid on it if I didn't have one. Because... like, I actually use my garden on the regular. Not gardening plots, but I actually use my, like, my yard to, like, have people in it. So it works better if it's a large. Lisa says, there is still a huge demand on Primal and Ether and Crystal. I'll put it like this, our housing crisis is the equivalent of a city the size of Chicago with 9 million people having only 9,000 houses. Yeah, that sounds about right. Is Crystal the one that is the, like, super RP popular one? Hmm. Crystal has Belmong on it. Yeah, like my thought process was wherever is like the RP data center, people want a house there for RP reasons. And Ether is like the biggest data center. So that one, like the problem, and that's also why I said there aren't problems on Louisoix. I discovered recently, supposedly based on a player count in April or something, that Louisoix is actually like either the biggest or the second biggest on Chaos. But they're not the biggest in EU. But the problem with that survey is that I don't know like how they did the count. Like, are they counting inactive characters? Like, how did they count them? Did they end up counting a lot of bots? So I don't know for sure. You'll go to Light anyway. Yeah, see, the problem is, Light is bigger than Chaos. And Louisoix is just, like, the biggest or second biggest on Chaos. But the problem is, as I said, Ether is way bigger, like significantly bigger than Chaos. And we have the same amount of housing. That's the problem. Which is funny, because the reason why it is a problem is because they could add more, like if they added more wards to Ether, like, eventually you'd reach a point where, like, there's enough housing for everyone. Eventually. But, if, like, whenever they add that space on Ether, they basically made the structure to have that space on all other data centers. And that would lead to all of the smaller data centers, and worlds for that matter, to just have, like, gigantic ghost towns. Which isn't great either. And then you could say, well, you could just not add them. Correct. But the players that wanted a large might be mad about that. And there's also it's like a compounding problem. Because if housing is scarce, then housing is valuable. And if housing is valuable, then there will be players that want housing because it's valuable. Not because they want to use it. That sense, as I feel like I kind of feel like housing is always at critical mass. That's also what I saw for years. If I remember correctly, didn't they add like 10 more wards in Endwalker? Plus an entire new housing district? So they increased the amount of housing space, first of all, by 50% by adding like 10 more wards to the existing 20. They made some adjustments, so they're like FC specific ones and private specific ones, which is just like practical stuff. And then they added an entire new district with the Imperium, which would increase the amount of housing by like 25%. So it's like they've vastly increased the housing, and what I saw is that in Shadowbringers, I think it was in Shadowbringers they also opened a set of wards. Maybe that's what's confusing me. But I remember that they opened new wards, and that was back before the lottery system. So my free company at the time just like moved in and bought like a half of a division, of a subdivision of a goblet ward, and there was no competition because who would want to buy goblet, right? And I don't mind goblet, it looks nice. But my house is in Lavender Beds. The only reason why it's in Lavender Beds is, I kid you not, it was because it was the one that no one wanted. Like, I bought the large that was, like, it was not the most expensive large, but it was in my price range. And it was the only one that only one other person had bid on. So I basically bought the least popular large. Which is shocking that that wasn't in the goblet. But I think it's because the goblet had mostly higher priced large, which is weird. But what I noticed is that in Shadowbringers, initially at least, housing was a problem on Louisoix. Because I was on Louisoix, right? It wasn't like, you didn't just get a house. Like, if a plot opened, you should be ready for it, because you might not get one. At some point in Endwalker, we then reached a breaking point where there's now so much housing on Louisoix that it isn't special to have a small. You don't need one, necessarily. Like, let me actually... That would be really funny if that district is fully full. I'm pretty sure that this is a free company district. Is it only free companies? Look at this. All the hammers are open housing. That you can just go and bid on right now, if you're a free company. I think. I'm going to check one. Free companies only. And it is simply because, as Deathsin said, there's this like critical mass where it's like, if there isn't enough housing for everyone, then housing is valuable and people will bid on it with no interest in actually using it. They just want one because maybe I want one in the future and this is my one chance to get one. So I need to be ready now to bid now while I have the chance to get one. And the moment that we reach the point where there's plenty, like there's excess of housing, you can have one whenever you want. It's no longer a problem. Let me check my district. I'm pretty sure that one, I think that one is private only. Might also be mixed. There might not be any free there. There's two. I think they're both small, which again matches exactly with what I said. And I don't want a small. Why would I want a small? Anyone can buy it. Anyone could buy this house. Just bid on it. And it's in lavender beds. Also, that's in. It is actually wild, considering the concept of the skeleton-free companies that just run submarines, that there are open housing for free companies. You saw how much there was in Imperium. All of those could be free companies that run submarines, but there just aren't. We've reached the point, somehow we've reached the point where there's so much housing on Louisoix that even the ones that could hypothetically use an unlimited amount of housing don't care. Did we die? I don't think so. No, we reached floor 150, and I concluded that I felt that was a good stopping point. So he says, as I said earlier, it is so funny to me that people desperately want a house on a particular server when DC travel exists. I can explain that one. You get a house in Final Fantasy XIV. It's out in the middle of nowhere. Who's gonna see it? Aside from yourself. Who's gonna see it? Not a lot of people. But if your house is in a ward where people regularly use housing, or rather, like in a world where people regularly use housing, then there's a higher chance people would see it. Case in point, I would argue that the houses that are situated near mine are seen slightly more than houses that are situated next to not a random streamer. Right? I think it might just be you, Fashtage. It isn't saying there's any problems on my end. Well, thanks, Strat. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, just by being near a house where stuff happens and people come by makes your house more seen. So there is a reason to prefer to have a house on a world that is more popular. And also, it's nice to be able to have your house, like, be able to play on your home world. Like, as you said, you could just buy a house on Dynamis, but you have to travel for most things, so you're never home. Like, if I was bound to Party Finder, I would probably have to travel to Light whenever I was trying to do stuff, which means that my house would be just left alone more often. Right? Like, it makes sense to want to have your things on a world where it makes sense. Even though, well, you could just go and get the house where there is one. So it is difficult, and it is simply a problem of, as Deathsin said, there's a critical mass of players that want housing. And if they added 10 more wards tomorrow, I feel like I've done this example with the Glamour plates as well. If they added 10 more wards tomorrow to all worlds in every district, this is how they usually do it, all the large houses would be bought. Every single one would eventually be bought within like a couple of weeks because of the lottery system. I would imagine that all of the mediums would be bought as well. And on data centers like Ether and possibly Crystal and maybe even Primal, there's a high possibility that all of the smalls will also be bought because they're where people are, especially on Ether. And it would essentially require that you reach a breaking point where people, like, where you have reached the point where every single person that actually wants a house can have one, if the size they want. And also have some to spare, because you need enough to spare that you can go, if you want a house, you can just buy one. They're there. You just go and get one. Like, it has to be like that. There needs to be that much housing for that problem where people buy a house just for the sake of buying one stops. It has to be like this. Otherwise, people will buy just to buy. Fem says, I spent some time playing on Dynamis a few months ago, and my takeaway is it'd be a much better place if people didn't treat it like a bedroom community to commute to other DCs and just did stuff there. It was kind of alright when it was the only place you could travel to. Yeah, I could imagine that. I could imagine that. Chaos also had... let me check as I say this. Chaos had a lot more representation of Savage raiding. It was fine when you couldn't go to Light. Then they open the gate again, and then people go to Light, because that's what you do. That's just how you do it. Welp says, will you reach floor 200 or do you stop at the current floor? We ended the stream now. Well, the stream set here now we end on floor 150. I'll continue next time. Of course. Will I reach floor 200 is a difficult question to answer because I don't know. I haven't gone yet. But if I can, then yes, that's the target. But we're done for tonight. It is weird, Silvermint, because admittedly, we've also reached a point where even on the data centers where Party Finders bump in, there are probably less people. As you said, it's like week 11. And also that, Bokaj, if they actually closed down data center travel for good, what you would have instead would be insanely overfilled ether. It would never be possible to make a new character on ether again. Because if there's an open spot, someone's moving. And that one is a classic, Vivi. You all pack your things, travel over to where you gather, and then you're like... We're all from the same, like, same town. Why did we go here together? You get together your tabletop RPG group and you meet at a location, like I don't know, like a cafe or something, and you're like, wait a minute, we're all from the same town. We could have just like hung out at one of our houses. We didn't have to travel all this way. But yeah, speaking of, this was supposed to be more Palace of the Dead, right? So maybe this is a good time to round up the stream. So, with that said, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm that this was an enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So, thank you so much for the support. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link to that in the chat now. There you'll find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is happening on the channel in the coming days. You can also find the announcement room where you will find links to videos and streams when they come out. And if you go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role, you'll get a notification whenever I do post a video or a stream, and you get an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. So we do that. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or you can also use the Ko-Fi link in the description. It all supports me and the channel directly so that I can focus on doing things like this for all of you's entertainment. So thank you so much for the support. I think that'll be that from me. So, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!